one came out with the downward sports. I thought, oh wow, well that's convenient for him. So.
So we're taking this whole row. Well,
There's 5 teams.
so 3 of us. And
We got about
we're gonna have 4,
12
and then there's 2. 4, so 4 here and 2 there.
Wait, here you guys? My daughter's a sophomore. Not I'm not very fast.
Just tell us because they got
Please sit in the front row.
I pulled my chair just a little over because I can't see over people's heads. So I hope that's all right.
Yes, you're good to
I'm
go.
not going to touch your beautiful camera.
We are live. We are live. We are live.
Yeah.
We're live. I see that the audio level going up.
Tai Chi.
I wanted to show you something. We went to visit a friend who has a peacock. No kidding. And Paula took pictures.
wow.
We had tea. Yeah. Another part of the room that looks out. It is. It's one thing. That's, I think, in glass. Sorry, yes.
So is there a switcher involved?
And it's just a beautiful.
Is there a person, I know you used to be in Bosnia, so is there a person switching between the amplifier and the
And the chairs.
This is somebody you know.
Oh, yes, yes. And that's the, here, yes.
But still, this is nice. I mean, I don't know if we've ever had a camera.
No, no, their name is
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
something else. Right.
Live stream is Zoom.
So we went to their garden. They have a garden that's equally fantastical. And walked around in this perfect place. And then had tea and yes, excuse me.
Go out there. This is my son, Andy.
Oh, hi, Holly Thomas. I'm so pleased that your mother is working with us. She's delightful.
I think so too.
I'm gonna go out.
I used to be with the
You wanna go? Which is
Okay, go
I sort of forgot that.
We were busy reading.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you carry on yesterday? I'm with trivia.
No, I was,
I could not come. I was at a a tea, and it just lasted too long. So I called Jim Vincent, I called him to please. I hope so. Somebody did them. I hate to let anyone down or be. Probably. Yes, he likes to be. Yes. Yeah. I have to make sure my phone's off. I do, but it takes a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. There we go. No, it isn't. It's an Android.
Holly,
Wait.
are you sitting here?
Yes. I'm sitting right there.
Okay, I was just
I
asking.
can't see over people's heads.
You're not kidding, neither can I.
Would you like to sit here?
I know I'm trying to for an aisle. I don't know if I
So
can.
we're doing a YouTube live.
We're doing a what, honey?
We're live on YouTube right now. So this is broadcasting live.
I'm gonna go over to that chair,
I'll move it for a moment if I can.
but I'll go around.
Okay.
Want to sit here? I can go
I
back.
would love to sit back there.
Go ahead. I'll take it.
Live on YouTube.
Wonderful. Does that mean if a studio wanted to make it would rebroadcast? I thought this would be a great news. Good.
Unless it's trying to work with this.
Hello, good morning, welcome to our Are we all feeling judgy? The t-shirts look great. Our advertising agency. But that's Patty and I.
If you want to adjust it to your own thing, you can.
Oh, I know, you're right. Oh, Dan, yeah, when Dan gets here, sure.
You don't want to use that.
After I retired, the company that I worked for, ISSI, had a couple people who did consulting for you, and it was so sweet of you. for years and years and years. And they, once a month, okay? And of course, his wife comes, and one of the Jerry. Yes, well, I don't know her well, just from those listening. And so, yeah, one of the guys that I worked with for years brings me for Ladies' Day. Yes, it is. Judy died. I keep him out of trouble. Yeah.
That's what I remember.
Well, yes, they're just very interesting people. I did not know him from the age my partner did, John Lyons. Yeah, and then of course I didn't meet him through John Lyons. I met him through Roman at Ladies' Day.
All capital gains.
We looked at the islands up north. I think it's called
To Budapest. Yeah.
and it didn't go down.
Yes, because you go through some sort of canal kind of thing to get on the Danube or something, don't you? That they're okay. I understand that part too.
Well, it's just the same number. How many presentations are on this?
I like Budapest. I had a tour in the UK and Europe. Nice to meet you.
I've heard never failed in
They said they'd be probably because I told her the other day.
Are you doing a live stream? You have a YouTube link.
If you go to the YouTube page for this facility,
Oh, okay.
it's one of their, you'll see it on there live.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, we had.
one name series. And find, okay, you learn the name, and weeks later you forget it. Keep going. we'll find out. Yeah.
Good, thanks. How are you? That's at a certain point, that's kind of the response I get from my mother-in-law, my
This
dad.
is testing, right?
I'm headed that direction. Some days I say the same thing.
Okay, what about over here? Okay, put it over here.
I said I'm grateful you gave me the opportunity. Well, she's certainly, it's an opportunity for her too. Good for the community, good for the community at large, for a lot of things. I think so.
See, are those seats taken? Okay, if you would sit in this row here, I guess that'll do it.
You in particular, they sent us this communication. Why is my payroll person sending back to you saying, okay, well, why did they have to do that? She's on the phone. I got her assigned to do payroll.
ABCDEFG. Testing 1 2 1 2.
get here a little early. I don't even think it's intentional, but it's the lack of desire to do it. So the lack of motivation to get there. Oh, all right. Well, we're getting our shoes on. The wind's in the car. I'm gonna do that. It's that.
Okay, so they should be
Where
seated
is it
in
something that it's wanting to do?
They're just standing in front. And then right, no, but where will we go? Right in front of the room.
I've moved it back 10 minutes.
Yes. So anyway, we double winged it back into the single wing. Well, so we really want to make sure we show double wing.
Never learned how to do it.
Let's just do it again on the other side.
Over top of it.
Loop it, put it over, tuck it through. Walk it over, tuck it through. Side it, and then do the same from the other direction. No, not
I'm too tired.
that's some of the top.
I assumed that she'd already finished part. Maybe. But unlike, it's not what Sophie does. Her watch. Sophie's one of the two who looks at the first one. Sophie's a great driver. She's a wonderful driver.
How do you know?
You want to put it on top?
Oh, right, yes, yes. Yes, well, that, yeah, that's probably true.
I know I'm too fast for it. It's rear wheels.
But you're going 60. Yeah, all the teams in front of us. Really?
Head to the center in front of the screen.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Pierce Carey, and I'm the Executive Director here at Residences at Vantage Point, and I'm so excited for our very first Big Idea competition here at the community. I want to give a special thank you to all the residents, the staff, students, and sponsors that made today's event possible, and I have a few announcements before we get started. First, please make sure to silence your cell phones. We don't want to have any interruptions during today's events. So if everybody can check their cell phone just one more time to make sure that we have no interruptions for any of our presenters. Second, the back door right here past Nina at the back will remain open. If you do need to use a restroom, there's one out to the left, or one over around the corner by the elevators as well. So if you, during any time of the competition, please use the back door just to minimize any distractions from some of the front-facing doors. And last but not least, just as a reminder to everybody, today's event is both live streamed and recorded. So please be cognizant of the two cameras. If you do have to get up for any reason, try not to block any of the cameras that you see across the room. So without any further ado, I will pass it over to Patty Hutton, our Director of Marketing, who will be our MC for today's event. Thanks again.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome to everyone, to all of the teams, their sponsors, the residents, the judges who have spent so much time in preparing for this event. It is fantastic to see everyone this morning. I need notes. We're excited that today has finally arrived, and so thank you for joining us again for our very first Big Idea competition. The origin story for this competition began with and is sponsored by a resident of Vantage Point, introducing Dr. Douglas Edsel. His objective behind this competition was ultimately to provide an opportunity for residents and high school students to interact with one another toward a shared goal, to offer a forum where students can advance their education, to offer opportunities for residents of varied backgrounds and careers to provide connections with students for mentorship, educational advancement, and future career opportunities. The Big Idea tasked teams from Howard County Public High Schools to create or generate an idea, concept, service, solution, or initiative that focuses on a societal need by applying science and technology strategies to address critical issues such as cyber technology and security, clean water, air, energy, and environment, health, nutrition, sustainability, and education. We were thrilled when we received submissions from 11 teams throughout the county. The judges reviewed each submission, deliberated, and ultimately today's 5 finalist teams were selected. And as background, I'd like to introduce today the judges to give you a little background of why they are supremely qualified to judge the Big Idea competition.
You're way too kind.
Yeah, I'm way too undereducated for you all. I'd like to start out with the judge spokesperson, Dr. Jeffrey Friedhofer, a resident since 2021. He received his bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degrees in electrical engineering at the University of Delaware. His career has spanned from the Department of Defense to senior staff member in the Cyber Systems and Technology Group at MIT Lincoln Library to teaching at UMBC and GWU. He is a senior member of the IEE, say that 3 times fast, and is currently mentoring a FIRST robotics team at Wild Lake High School. Thank you. Our next judge is Judy Dye, a resident since 2021. She holds a degree in mathematics from Ursinus College and did graduate work at American University. She retired after 32 years as a senior executive with the Department of Defense. In addition to her work with the DoD, she has taught math in the Army's continuing education program and volunteered as tutor to children diagnosed with dyslexia. At Vantage Point, she continues her volunteering efforts with participation in the production of Bailey's Bundles. Those are care packages sent to military personnel deployed overseas, first begun during the Vietnam War by Ms. Vivian C. Millie Bailey. So thank you, Judy. Judge Dr. Joel Morris, a resident since 2018. Thank you. Received his BSEE from Howard University, his MSEE from Polytechnic Institute of Brooklyn, and his PhD EE from Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore. He's a retired professor emeritus of electrical engineering in the Computer Science and Electrical Engineering Department at UMBC, and former electrical engineering graduate program director and chairman of the CSEE department. His fields of study include stochastic and deterministic systems theory, signal processing, detection and estimation, communication, and information theory. Thank you, Dr. Morris, for this. Dr. Carol Roberts, resident since 2016, received her bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees in electrical engineering at Catholic University, Washington, D.C. She was a registered professional engineer in the District of Columbia and was awarded the Jerome Lederer Award by the International Society of Air Safety Investigators. She joined the Senior Executive Service of the federal government as Deputy Director of the Office of Polar Programs at the National Science Foundation. Interestingly enough, fun fact, a mountain in Antarctica, Roberts Peak, was named after her in 1996 for representing U.S. research interests on behalf of the National Science Foundation within the Antarctic Treaty System. Sometime maybe you'll have to go there and visit. She's a member of Tau Beta Pi, the Engineering Society, Sigma Xi, the Scientific Research Society, and has received the Antarctic Service Medal. Thank you, Dr. Roberts. out our 5-judge panel, Mr. Daniel Balkin. He is a Residences at Vantage Point corporate board member, as well as son and son-in-law of current residents, so he qualifies to be in the panel. He earned his Bachelor of Arts from Dartmouth College and MBA from the Sloan School of Management at MIT. His diverse business experiences include consulting for large organizations such as Chase, Wells Fargo, Capital One, and other banks. He's consulted for venture capital and angel-funded startups. He worked internationally as managing director for a UK-based firm, based database marketing firm supporting clients in the UK, Ireland, France, and the Netherlands. The company he led assisted firms in building state-of-the-art, for their time, predictive models and neural networks, the precursors of today's artificial intelligence. And most importantly, the most important credential he has for participating today is that he has previously served as a judge at a similar event. So we welcome all of you and thank you so much for helping judge these student presentations. It's going to be a tough job. The order the teams will present has been drawn at random by the judges, and only the team actively presenting will be in the auditorium at that time. The other teams will remain in their meeting space until time to present. Each team will have up to 15 minutes to present their big idea, and following the presentation, the judges will have up to 10 minutes for follow-up questions, and we have a timer here at the judges' table to keep everyone on track. Presentations are to be scored on 7 categories using a scale of 1 to 10 for each category. At the conclusion of the last team's presentation, there will be a 1-hour break for lunch and the judges' deliberations. So we'll keep on track to get started. It has been a long process to get to this day, but here we are ready for the competition. Team 1, please prepare to present to the judges. Remaining teams, please go with your guide to your meeting rooms. Thank you, and we'll get ready to begin. Welcome, Team 1, Adaptive Sports Equipment for Disadvantaged Athletes from Glenelg High School. Congratulations on being selected as a finalist. And please take a moment to introduce yourselves and present your big idea.
Hello everyone, I'm Rowan Zara. I'm Tommy Huang.
And I'm Amitav Kohli.
And we are here to present our big idea. We are the Adaptive Sports Equipment team from Glenelg High School.
Can we take a second and make sure our clicker's working? Because it might not be working.
Round 2. Hello everyone, I'm Rowan Zara. I'm Tommy Huang.
And I'm Amitav Kohli.
And we are presenting our big idea, and we are the Adaptive Sports Equipment team from Glenelg High School.
So where did this idea stem from? Our idea stimulus was when a student in our own adaptive sports team, which is a sports team at our school dedicated for those with IDDs, or intellectual and developmental disabilities, came into our shop and he was concerned. Why was he concerned? He could not participate in his soccer matches. This is a team meant for inclusivity, yet one of the team members was not being included. So we saw this. He's sitting on the sidelines, not being able to play soccer because he's in a wheelchair. This isn't right. We did not feel this is right. He's a freshman. So this is his first time actually being on an adaptive sports team, a soccer team. So seeing this, we took action. We designed this attachment for his wheelchair in one day, the same day he had his soccer match, and we put it on his wheelchair. And seeing the light and the brightness come out of his eyes after he used this, in fact, the first thing he did when he used this, he didn't actually play soccer. During the school's soccer teams, we have the boys and girls soccer teams sitting on the sidelines, and the first thing he did, he showed it off to the girls soccer team, like, look at me, everyone, look, I can play soccer. So we saw this, he's one of us. He's just another person like us, and he needs to have the same opportunities as all of us. So we built this attachment, we let him play soccer, and we saw how much of an improvement he had, not just on the field, but off the field as well. And we wanted this to be a reality for everyone. So that brings us to a problem. Many of the community members, not just in our community, but communities across the country and across the world, do not have access to sports equipment. Those with IDDs generally face a lack of opportunity because of their lack of equipment that they have. So we want to bridge the gap for these students and people.
So, why is this problem important? As Avital mentioned, sports, whether it be inside the classroom or on the field, allow each student to develop athletic bonds and friendships, which cannot be replicated anywhere else. This all leads us to our main goal, inclusivity. Every single piece of equipment we design has this main goal of inclusivity in mind. This leads us to try to provide the lowest possible cost for our client while still maintaining high quality. We strive to make our products very, very easy to use, easy to access, and easy to assemble. And this all leads to the development of key life skills in our clients. We can make them have more confidence, we can have a sense of belonging, and they can finally succeed in the sports they want to play. We also denote the importance of physical exercise with our equipment. We strengthen their decision-making skills and coordination, and these are all the benefits of being able to play a sport. So, who are we? The adaptive equipment team is made up of around 10 really, really passionate high schoolers. We split ourselves into 3 sectors: business, development, and build. And these 3 sectors allow each of our individual skills to shine brightly. Every day, while other students are doing homework, sleeping, or playing games with their friends, we're in the shop, machining and pursuing our goal of making the world a better place.
Elaborating more on this idea of sub-teams, I am part of the build team. Here, we assemble the approved designs from the development team, and the skills required consist of binding, cutting, and machining to create our equipment. This equipment
we were saying that this equipment allows each of our students to function better. They have more access to each type of thing that we produce. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about business. I manage outreach and networking with each of our clients. This is obviously a big issue because we receive very specific criteria from each of our clients. And because we understand that no 2 IDDs are the same, we have to emphasize the specific criteria to our build team and to our development team, so our clients can have the best possible experience. Another major part of business is marketing. We recently attended a conference at UMD, the World of Possibilities Disabilities Expo, and there was around 2,000 vendors in this industry there. This allowed us to meet really cool new people in the industry and also show off our products and just spread our message there. It was really a great experience. We also attend local STEM nights, spread flyers like these, and do a bunch of other things in order to spread our message and get the products into the hands of those who need it.
Those in the development team take these ideas from the business team and they use these to create designs and sketches by brainstorming ideas to solve these problems. They take these ideas and finalize them into 3D models and CAD drawings to give to the design team, to give to the build team that then builds these products.
So, what's our distribution process? We split this up into 4 different parts: contact, scheduling, use, and feedback on this slide. First, like I said, I do a lot of the contacting. I reach out to local schools, universities, like the Cedar Lane School, which has around 120 students with disabilities. So we reach out to these schools and we get their contact information, and then we set up a time for them to either come to our shop or we deliver it to them via our truck. So once the equipment is in their hands, it's put into use at games, sports events, fairs, and if they have any problems with any of our equipment, each part of our equipment has a specific serial number, so they can put that serial number into a form and we can improve that part for our future.
So delving into more of who our customers are, as Tommy mentioned, we have a partnership with the Cedar Lane School, taking us into the schools part of our customers. So not just the Cedar Lane School, which is a school that specializes in caring for those with IDDs. We also work with county schools, high schools in Howard County Public School System, and then also schools in Montgomery County and Frederick County. So these schools, they all have adaptive sports teams either in the county or in the school, or even in classrooms where they can help these students. And then we also contact other organizations, some of which being Athletes Serving Athletes, which is an organization dedicated to removing mobility, running. So we make custom machined parts for these adult-sized strollers so that those with IDDs do not harm themselves by placing their limbs into moving parts of the stroller. And another organization is Shooting Stars, which we've modified one of our soccer attachments, which we'll go over a little later, so that it could fit on their walkers and wheelchairs more effectively. We also work with individuals with IDDs so that they have the best experience in each sport. So, and all plans and instructions are always available to anyone, so it doesn't have to be a medium through us for contact, rather people can find it themselves as well. So one of the pieces of equipment we make is for soccer, and it's actually on this table here. So our soccer attachment comes in just a few main parts. We have this one board right here, which is the same one here, and we have these custom 3D printed parts that slide in and out on the actual soccer attachment. And these come in a box, custom made for transport, so that one can easily take them out and put them back in for safety and durability. And the actual plate itself, it's meant for versatility, meaning we also lower our carbon impact by having one device that can be used on wheelchairs and walkers. So as you can see, these two black sliding parts are not at the same level, they're at different levels, and that's so that it can fit onto any wheelchair. It's a universal attachment. It can slide in and out for different size, up and down for different heights, and these slots, we machine them in-house. All of it is 3D printed and machined in-house. And that's so that we can make it completely customizable. Someone can attach their own things to the device to make it even more usable for them. And it features a pinning system. Our pinning system, as seen by this pin, utilizes small pins like this instead of nuts and bolts. And that way, no tools are required for assembly or disassembly, making it fast and convenient to set up.
Another of our key products includes our bowling ramps. These consist of two different types, and both accommodate people in wheelchairs, strollers, and walkers. They both use the toolless approach and also the least amount of parts in order to accomplish this goal. Both parts are easily transportable to the customers that need it.
So pictured here are the two different types of bowling ramps we make. We have a straight one and a curved one. The curved one is only 2 parts, making it super lightweight and easy to transport. And the straight one can be made by anyone in their own home with minimal parts. So we have an attachment on both of them, which is also here, which is a little laser, so that it can also increase the hand-eye coordination for each student using it. As they bowl, it shines a line on the ground for where the ball is going to go, so that they can actually see the path that it takes and more effectively play the sport that they want to. Right, and this attaches to either one of them. It's these small things that help the students utilizing the devices. And just seeing the line on the ground, I also find it cool. Everybody, they see it and they're like, wow, how is the ball following the line? But, you know, we show it to elementary schoolers as well, and they are very fascinated by this. And so one of the other things we do, like I mentioned, we have a partnership with the Cedar Lane School, our adaptive cars. So we went to the Cedar Lane School's Day for Disabilities, which is an expo where all the students there, it's an activity day. So they're able to play sports and do different activities. And we saw some of the custom adaptive equipment that they use for their students. And we're walking out of the school and I see these cars and no one's being used. They literally had spider webs on them. So we saw the cars and I'm like, what are they for? And the students previously, before COVID, this was right after COVID, so before COVID they'd use them and drive them around the school and get that sense of driving that they typically wouldn't get. But now they weren't getting that. Again, they're not being included in something they should be. So we took them home, like we threw them in the back of our truck, like on there, we kind of asked and they gave us a maybe, sure, and then we just took them. So yeah, we took the cars, we took them back, and we retrofitted them with these larger buttons and remote controls so that they can be safe and easy to use. And we also put better safety restraints on them so that children and students don't fall out of the cars. And this gave them a new edge. Despite having mobility restrictions and intellectual restrictions, the students were still able to control these cars, and if needed, another adult could take control using the remote control we added.
I would like every single one of you to think of someone you might know with a disability in their life. For us, it was Ryan, and seeing our equipment lighting up his face, brightening his eyes, it just really made all of our days. If we spread this equipment, we could brighten so many more people's days, and it would just mean the world to us. So thank you guys for listening to us, and thank you for helping us pursue our goal of making the world a better place.
Thank you so much. Let's get the timer set. You made it in less than the time allowed, so we're good. Okay, so we've got 10 minutes. Okay, start. Any questions?
Well, that was a great presentation. My question is, where's your funding coming from for doing all these neat adaptations?
Yeah, so about a year and a half ago, we applied for the Maryland Spark Tank grant, which is a grant for those trying to help students with disabilities. And so we applied for that. We competed against 4 other teams from Maryland, and we placed first, so we got a $10,000 grant from that. We're also part of a FIRST robotics team at our high school, and we channel off funds from them. We steal money from them sometimes. so yeah, we get funding from there. But so that the Maryland Spark funding ended this fiscal year, so we're riding off the equipment that we previously made, but then whenever we need more like nuts and bolts or something small, we'll steal it from the robotics team.
Thank you.
What's your plan for continuity after you graduate?
So continuity obviously is a very important thing. We need to make sure that this project stays alive after we graduate, like you said. So we're currently in the process of talking to sophomores, freshmen. We're also just as passionate about this project as we are. So one of our teammates has like friends freshman year, sophomore year, and they're coming into our lab, and we're just teaching them about what we do and how we do it. So.
How many students have you built things for?
Yeah, so that's hard to put a number on, but so for the Cedar Lane School, those cars, we did 5 cars, and they served 125 students there. For athletes serving athletes, we're working on a wing attachment and wheel cover for them, and they have races basically every day of the year with over 4,000 people in their organization. For shooting stars, which is soccer, we make equipment for the students on there. I think they have 11 students with walkers and wheelchairs. And then we have partnerships with our Howard County Public School System and Frederick County and Montgomery County schools in there. So it's hard to put a number on it, but it could be upwards of 300 to 400 right now, but we want to grow that more and get a more quantifiable number, because the organizations we contact, they ask for a specific number or some kind of custom part, and those can be used for any number of people.
Well,
what motivated you all to come together to work on this project, and how long have you been working on this project?
So it's actually kind of an inorganic process on how we all got together. The project originated with Amitabh, with Ryan, how we saw him struggling and tried to develop a project for him. Rowan came on later on. He saw Amitabh working and he was like, oh, what's this? Because he's part of the robotics team. So we just all saw each other working on these types of projects, and we were just very curious to see what happened. So like, I was just like, oh yeah, I can help out a couple days after school. I can come email people, attend conferences like these, and it just became something like way bigger than just something you go to after school. Like, we just all banded together, and like, we're all passionate about this, and it just really became something bigger than that. You know?
From going to the expo and other things, I'm wondering where you see yourself fitting into the world of adaptive equipment. What makes you unique, special, different, potentially able to scale this to really help more people outside the county, state, country, etc.?
I think what makes us different is the fact, obviously we're all high schoolers, so it's mostly based on the actual willingness to do it. Like I said in the presentation, most of our classmates aren't staying after school. They're going home, and the competitors in this field, they're not doing it because they want to help. They're doing it to make a profit. Every single piece of equipment you ship is free of charge to the clients, to the customers, and we also make sure that all of our models and CAD models are available online. So someone can just go to our website, they can see a flyer, go to our website, and find all the 3D print files, and they can use that to print it themselves. So that's what makes us different, I would say.
And then also we focus on like ease of use and toolless assembly, because we know not everybody has, even if it's just like a screwdriver, it's still a hassle to bring it with you, nuts and bolts. So like our devices and attachments come in simple boxes like this, and it includes all the nuts, bolts, and hardware that anyone would need to assemble. And they can be, like I said, added on to basically any type of wheelchair or other attachment. So that versatility, ease of use, ease of assembly and disassembly, and ease to actually get it and make it is very different from a competitor who mass produces something and ships it out to people who may not be able to use it.
One of my questions is how does a wheelchair do in a soccer field if the soccer field is grass? Do you have a hard time with that?
Yeah, so the student Ryan, who was in a wheelchair, he's actually in an electric wheelchair. It did perfectly fine. We have a turf field at our school, but on the grass, I mean, he'll drive on the grass. It's fast. But yeah, so it doesn't really have an effect. However, I think you guys were talking when they went to the World of Disabilities Expo about the sand wheelchair, the one for the beach.
Oh yeah, about that too. There's also, most of the wheelchair soccer events, sometimes they're indoors. We heard about something called the Power Wheelchair Soccer thing. It's basically just like a sports event where different people get into electric wheelchairs, and you should see them, they're racing at like 20 miles per hour, playing soccer. And it's not always on grass. It's actually surprising how much different terrain these people in wheelchairs can play, and it just really brightens our day to see these people in wheelchairs playing soccer, using our equipment.
Thank you.
You say the World Disability Conference. So how much interest did you get there, and did a lot of people contact you from that?
Yeah, so not to brag, but we were probably one of the most popular stands there. It's interesting because most people there are not high schoolers, like I said. We generated a lot of interest from there, just meeting new people. Like me and my friends, we split up into two teams. Two of us stayed behind to talk to the different people coming to our stand, and the other two people went off and talked to people from other stands. We had a huge stack of business cards from this. And we just started emailing them. They emailed us. We received a request for, I think it was a person from Prince George's County. I'm not sure, but we let him take one of our bowling ramps home, and he was just so ecstatic because he could finally take it to his school and let those people play with it. He showed us a video of one of the first graders like using a wheelchair, but it was not functional. So we decided to take that, and like we're currently trying to design something for him, and we're gonna ship it to him later, and hopefully that girl can use it and succeed.
And then just adding on to this really quick, so I was unfortunately not able to attend this convention, but they came back and we had like a team briefing afterwards, and there's like a stack of business cards and flyers like this thick. And so he's more of a business team, and then I'm on all three, but I do more design and build. And so what I like to say is he gives me problems, and then we have to try to solve them. So he gave me a lot of problems.
Very subtle switches here. So, when do you guys have time to do your schoolwork?
Usually we have so we stay after school. It ends at 2:35, and we stay after school till like 4 every single weekday, besides Wednesday, and it takes up a lot of our time. But we take our time. Just after that, we barely have time, but it's like enough to do our schoolwork. Obviously, we prioritize our schoolwork before our after school, but we spend as much time as we can to work on our adaptive equipment.
Yeah, it's actually funny. Amitov like always yells at us to come into the shop after school. Usually we love to be there. Yeah, like Rowan said, we're there basically every day for an hour, 2 hours, however long our sponsor wants us to stay there. Basically, however long he's there, we're there. So yeah, homework is definitely a struggle. Like we're high schoolers. We often stay up till like 12 a.m., 2 a.m. doing our homework. But I think it's just based on our time management skills. Yeah, thank you.
It's our problem.
Thank you, guys.
Team one, thank you so much. We'll set it here in the stand. We'll take a moment here to disassemble and bring the next team in. Great, do we have team two? Yes, welcome, team two.
All right, fantastic. Hello, everybody. Thank you all, obviously. My name is Jamie. I focus mainly on design selection and the construction of our prototype for this project.
My name is Karan, and I focus primarily on the scientific side of the project, along with market research.
My name is Andrew. I mostly handle coordinating meetings with our experts.
Our fourth member, Varshita, focused on research and testing. She couldn't make it.
If you've ever been hiking in a national park, there's something that might stick out to you. It stuck out to me, at least. You've been walking for an hour and a half, winding your way through the woods up to the top of the mountain. You've been staying well hydrated. Maybe a little too well hydrated. And when you get up there, you're starting to feel it. But normally you just, walk off the side of the trail, But this time you see a sign you've never seen before. Not new, necessarily, just new to you. The sign says not to cross streams. Not to water the plants. And that gets you wondering, or at least it got us wondering, why is that? The animals do it, nobody has a problem with that. What is the issue here? Is there some sort of problem that only park rangers seem to be aware of? And that led us to the subject we hope to address for you all today.
At the start of the year, our class was searching for problems to look into. Varshita came to us with this one: caffeine and its impact on the environment. And for the three of us, that was an issue that seemed interesting and important, enough to spend a year on.
We learned that caffeine is the most prevalent drug in the world. It is found on all 7 continents, including Antarctica. 1/10 of a millionth of a gram of caffeine will kill corals, fish, and crustaceans. So where does all this caffeine in the water even come from? Well, as it turns out, us. The caffeine we consume goes straight into the sewage, and current wastewater treatment plants aren't equipped to remove it from the water.
In a survey we put out in October, 87% of respondents stated that they consume products containing caffeine on a regular basis, especially chocolate, tea, and coffee. And while respondents were shocked to hear how dangerous it could be, only 29% stated that they were willing to adjust their habits based on how much caffeine they consume.
And honestly, we don't blame them. Not only is caffeine incredibly addictive, but it's everywhere. Not only would we have to convince people to give up their daily cup of coffee, but all sort of life-saving medications also contain caffeine. If we wanted to reduce the amount of caffeine in wastewater, we had to find another option.
At this point, we decided to focus on wastewater treatment solutions, creating a design that would remove caffeine from sewage. We identified some local and federal organizations that had a stake in this issue, including the Environmental Protection Agency, the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and most notably, the Maryland Department of the Environment. When producing a product, these would be the most critical points of contact. With a design like this, the key customers would be municipal treatment plants or third-party groups who are contracted by the government for further purification. Because of this, the first key step in addressing the issue would be raising awareness to create environmental regulations.
Next, we set out on some specifics to help guide our creation of a design. Most importantly, a design should be able to remove the vast majority of caffeine and should be implemented at a big enough scale for use in a wastewater treatment plant. It's also important to notice that not all of these specifications stuff. For instance, as we conducted further research and planning, we ended up moving away from the idea of an additive.
We weren't alone throughout this process. Our teacher helped connect us with Mr. Hank Su, who helped us walk through the engineering process and give us insight into how professionals go about designing and testing. We were also able to contact the Maryland Department of the Environment, who connected us to Rob Hint of the Little Patuxent Water Reclamation Plant. We were able to tour their plant, which helped us see the scale at which we need to implement our product.
Following stages of brainstorming, designing, researching, and revising, we gradually narrowed down our potential solutions. The method of removing caffeine that we ended up choosing was absorption, in which caffeine is stuck to activated charcoal.
In adsorption, the molecules essentially stick to a surface. London dispersion forces in the water lead them to becoming polarized and bonding to the surface.
For removing caffeine, we used activated charcoal, as it's one of the best options for absorption because of its large surface area and porosity.
Based on these principles, we wanted to create a design that would maximize the contact with the water with the charcoal, while fitting in with the existing processes of wastewater treatment. As we refined the concept, we ended up with this design: a set of concrete tanks, each 2 by 10 by 3 meters, with centrifugal pumps on either end. Theoretically, each tank could process 15,000 gallons of water per hour, meaning that one set of tanks could process 1.4 million gallons of water per day. Because of the modular design, the system would be able to be used at any size water treatment plant depending on their needs.
Next, we get started on building. We created a prototype at 1/10 scale out of 6mm acrylic with silicone to seal it and metal brackets for support. We also used aquarium pumps with a proportional flow rate to the intended design, as well as a carbon air filter to mimic the panel. Thank you again to our teacher, Mr. Cullings, for helping cut our acrylic as well as providing some of the materials for this project.
After we built our prototype, we conducted 3 main tests: pH testing, adsorption testing, and flow testing. Our first test, pH testing, was a preliminary test we designed to come up with a method of measuring the concentration of caffeine in a solution. Based on our budget and time frame, our options for measuring caffeine concentration were limited. Since adding pure caffeine to a solution makes it more basic, we hope that pH strips would allow us to detect such changes. While the pH strips available to us were not precise enough to detect a pH difference in a solution with a concentration of 100 milligrams caffeine, after adjusting our initial concentration to 1,000 milligrams per liter, we were able to detect a small but noticeable change in pH. Because of this, we decided to proceed with our next test using a 1,000 milligram solution.
Next, we conducted adsorption testing to see if the charcoal filter could remove caffeine. However, we were not able to consistently replicate the 1,000 milligram per liter solution we used to test our pH strips. While caffeine is soluble in boiling water, we had no way to tell if all the caffeine had dissolved. The caffeine pills we used contained rice flour, giving the water a cloudy appearance, and we had no visual indicator that the caffeine had dissolved. Furthermore, the caffeine in the pills was anhydrous caffeine, which is not as soluble in water as the caffeine you find in tea or coffee.
We would like to mention that we looked into testing using high-performance liquid chromatography, or HPLC. We contacted Mr. Bowen Chen from the UMD Mass Spectrometry Lab about using the facilities for testing. Although he was willing to help us test our samples, based on the information he provided, we realized that we did not have sufficient resources to create caffeine solutions with precise enough concentrations. More importantly, we were unable to have our samples professionally tested within our limited time frame. However, in the future, we could return to this form of testing, provided we could increase precision.
Our flow test, on the other hand, was more successful. Using a fiberboard panel to mimic the activated charcoal panel in our design, we filled the tank with water and began running the pumps at either end. By varying the angle of the central panel, we hoped to determine the best angle for water flow. We used food dye to track the circulation of the water, testing angles of 5, 10, and 15 degrees. By recording the amount of time it took for the food dye to fully saturate the water, with the fastest time being the most efficient, we found that 10 degrees was the best angle for our purposes, balancing water flow along with maximizing the contact area with the panel.
For our future plans, we hope to conduct more tests on our design's adsorptive capabilities. With our flow test being the only conclusive test, we would like to look into different types of adsorbent material, starting with using an activated carbon water filter instead of an air one. We could try a silica-based material instead of a carbon-based one, since silica-based materials adsorb caffeine more efficiently. With a ballpark of around 10 degrees, we can also continue flow testing with much more precise angle increments at which to orient the filter.
We could also experiment with different tank shapes, like using a rounded tank instead of a rectangular one to maximize a circular current in the water. We would also like to have our water samples tested professionally so we may rely on more accurate data to analyze our design.
Thank you all so much for taking your time to learn about this increasingly pressing issue. I hope you've all been able to learn something interesting. And I hope the next time you go to take a sip of coffee, you pause, remember this presentation, and go right on ahead. We got your backs. Thank you all so much. Judges. Honestly, not really. Right now, there's actually no environmental regulations in place, so caffeine doesn't have to be removed in wastewater. That means that caffeine is going directly in, and it also means that wastewater treatment plants don't really want to remove caffeine. There's no reason to do it. There are some plants that use similar absorptive capabilities, but all of those are on very small scales because nobody's invented something like this yet. So honestly, no. No real competitors, except the government not recognizing the problem.
Your solution would have to be incorporated into the total wastewater treatment. Have you thought about that at all?
Yeah, so when we went to the little Patuxent water reclamation plant, we looked at the designs. This design actually came out of similar designs that they used. So for denitrification process, they use a similar sort of design in order to push water through sediment and remove the nitrates. This is a similar design. It would be a little expensive, as a lot of things are, but it should fit within the budget of a plant. And because it has a modular design, and plants could use a different number depending on how much space they have available, this would absolutely be able to be incorporated with a little bit of work.
When you went to the Howard County plant, was there any measurement of how much caffeine was actually in the outflow?
So the caffeine, it was around, I think, like 60 micrograms per liter. That's like that was what we found in our research. Like that's approximately how much water like exits a wastewater plant because it isn't like chlorinated. Caffeine is an organic pollutant, so some processes in the wastewater plant actually do handle that. But it's 60 micrograms is still a very large amount, especially like we discussed below. You need a very small amount of caffeine to actually like greatly affect the fish.
You all have mentioned that it's kind of a precursor to your success is getting regulation in place. What, if anything, are you doing to get the stage set for your success?
Nothing yet. You know, that's a big task, right? Honestly, I think trying to get the word out, just pretty much nobody knows this is even a problem. Trying to get the word out that people will understand how big of an issue caffeine pollution really is. Right now, 18, 18, 18. There's not a lot of power we have, but that is something we actually would want to do in the future, right? We're presenting next week for a countywide presentation on the same issue. We do want to get it out there. Once we get a little more testing done, we'd like to get, you know, even more ramp up. That's the second phase, you know? Having a design that can actually fix the problem and then showing people why it's a problem.
How often would the charcoal have to be replaced? And you know, how much time would it take? What's the downtime?
So the tank runs for about an hour at a time. That would filter about 15,000 gallons of water in one tank. There's actually not too much resource on how long it would take for it to fill up. We can assume at a minimum it would take an hour. It could definitely take longer than that, but that's being a little hopeful. So we could assume you replace it once every time it runs. However, the reason that we decided on charcoal as opposed to silica, which is a little more effective, is that charcoal can actually be fixed. You can flush out the caffeine by heating it up in the facilities, which are something that actually a lot of wastewater treatment plants already have for drying waste. So you could reuse the panels, essentially.
Okay, I got a question here. Have you seen, well, here's a paper, Journal of Water Processing Engineering, and it talks about caffeine. There's a lot of space devoted to caffeine, and it says, among other things, a fairly long paper, but activated charcoal is commonly used materials involving caffeine absorption. However, the range of materials from films, membranes, gels, and particles have been evaluated, and so on and so forth. So if you haven't seen this paper, I suggest you get a copy of it.
Yeah. They do use, they do use absorption in several plants. It is always a very small scale thing because it just isn't a very effective solution. If you want to remove enough caffeine for it to be notable, the designs that currently exist out there are slow and they don't process much water. That is actually something I'd love to look into. That's interesting to bring up. Thank you.
How are you funding things so far? How do you plan to keep this going in terms of money needs, if you will?
So our budget was pretty limited to start off, obviously, but a lot of this was able to be just done, you know, naturally, without any budget. A lot of it was scrounging for materials, you know. The metal brackets I took from the theater department, you know. We took little wood chips that we had shaved off, you know. There was a lot of free stuff, you know. But going forward, the biggest expense would probably be testing for the absorptive capabilities, because we would want a better filter, a better method of testing. Right now what we have is caffeine pills, 100 micrograms per. They're useful in a way, but they're not precise. And what we would want is the precision. When we talked to Bo and Shen, we were able to get the opportunity to get that testing for free, which would have been great. So if going forward, that would be fine. Honestly, a budget, probably, what, $100? Increase of $100, we would probably be able to continue this for a significant portion at least.
Going once, twice.
So, any more questions? Well, wonderful. Well, this is very interesting. I was unaware of the dangers of coffee drinking prior to hiking. So thank you for bringing that to all of our attention. And so, excellent job, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And we look forward to having you back for the award ceremony. Welcome, Team 3. Portable ID and drinking water system from Glenelg High School. Congratulations, gentlemen, for being selected as a finalist. Please work with Nate here to get your presentation set up. Team members, please take a moment to introduce yourselves and begin to present your big idea.
Hello, we are the portable IV storage system. My name is Kenneth Riddle.
My name is Nolan Mersey.
My name is Connor Pavlik. So originally we provide students with real-world problems that we started back in August and have continued to now and brought it to the Big Ideas competition.
So, as my partner Kenneth said, we started this project for our engineering class called Engineering Design and Development. Actually, our teacher is right there, Mr. Gershner. And we selected the biomedical project because we didn't feel like the engineering and design prototype projects were all that cool. The one we wanted to do got chosen, so we actually did this project and we really liked it. We liked how it came out. And the original purpose of this was to filter water into IV fluid in a sterile saline solution. And we have, the only constraints we really had that were given by NASA was to be lightweight and portable. And we think we accomplished that in a small box, as you can see up there.
So the equipment we used in this design are two aquaporn filters that you will see on the top later on in our padding, and then on the bottom there are two AquaCrest filters that filter down to 0.5 microns. And in order to operate this system, we have a 35 psi pump that is powered by a 12-volt battery. And we have 2-liter bladders, one for dirty water and one for clean water.
So for the testing, we started out with a pH test. We were given a guideline from NASA. It was 4 to 7 psi, pH range. And so we started out and we took dirty water out of a sink, and it was around 6.88 pH, so a little bit inside of that limit. And then when it went through our carbon filters, it went up to 7.19, and then when it went through the aquaporn filters, it went down to 7 again, which is exactly in our range that we needed. So we basically had a bunch of shut-off valves that we were able to pull the water from each individual portion of our system in order to test everything there. So this was a lot more reliable than our first test that we did because we used another type of pH testing system that didn't work as well, gave us kind of mixed results, right? And this was plugged into the computer, and we were able to do this multiple times to make sure that it was correct. And then for our boiling test, we basically just took the water after running it through the entire system. We put it in this pan right here. We boiled off the water to see what was left, different sediments and salts that would still be in there. And basically there was some salt left in the water, but a lot less than what we put in at first, because there was salts and different chlorides and other stuff in the water before it went through the entire system. And then for the bacteria test, we did multiple different bacteria tests with different petri dishes here. And the first bacteria test showed that there was a lot of bacteria in the water, which and then so we were thinking that because our system had been sitting for a long period of time, that there was bacterial growth at the end near the clean water bladder. So we cleaned it out with vinegar and different rubbing alcohol and all that different stuff in order to check our system again. So we ran the water through and it passed our bacteria test completely. There was no bacterial growth, anything like that. We let it sat for a couple days, and as you can see in this picture right here, there's no bacterial growth. Then for the calcium test, we basically used this calcium test right here, and it was completed before the filtration. The red is the indicator to say that there's high levels of calcium. So then if we go through the entire system here, this was completed after the filtration, it should be clear and there should be no red. If there's no calcium, then there's no red right there.
So this is the CAD and prototype we have next for the system sitting right there in the black box. And so this is the first CAD model, and it's a whole overview. The green ladders, which we have a green and blue one, the one on top of the system, that is the one that holds the clean water, and then the one on the side holds the dirty water. Now for an actual system, it would be an IV bag that would be able to drip the water at the correct rates that whatever doctor or physician needs to be using the water for. So here's another view. You see the AquaCrest filters and then the aquaporin filters. The aquaporin filters, those are RO which is reverse osmosis filters, and together they are removing roughly all of the heavy metals, sediments, and other metals and those types of things that are in the water, which shouldn't be ingested. It definitely should not be in a IV solution.
So here's our system laid out outside the box. So if you start from the left, the water would flow from the left to the right. That's our dirty water bladder on the left that goes through the pump, and then the battery on the bottom supplies power to the pump, which is 35 psi. It goes through the two AquaCrest filters, takes out the large sediments and heavy metals. And then that goes into two aquaporin filters, which removes the salts and viruses and bacteria and the rest of the things that would be in the water. And then that goes into the clean water bladder at the end of the system. It can be noted that reverse osmosis filters have a second port for dirty water that basically the brine water that didn't actually go through, that wasn't clean. That is all recycled and pulls back into the dirty water port very far at the left in the first water bladder. So this is a continuous system. This is an entirely closed system. Nothing is wasted. Not a single drop of water is wasted. And then here's our prototype. Same thing that's right there. This is our first prototype. So the dirty water bladder is at the bottom left, and then the pump and the battery are contained at the bottom right. They're held in place with Velcro and various different things to make it easy to basically remove and service. We have the filters up top, the 4 filters right there. You have various close-off switches so that in case part of the system breaks, you can close off one half of the system. So there's 4 filters, each in parallel, basically so that if one side fails, you can close off an entire side and use the other side. And it also doubles the flow rate. And then you have your clean water, which is just Velcro to the top so that you can remove it easily. And here are the 2 backpack straps that you can carry it on your back, make it very portable. There's also a handle at the top in case you just wanted to hold it. But there's various different types of ways to carry it around.
So this is our portable IV water system. So the problem we face is that there's a lack of clean water in military operations when they're in isolated places, and especially for the Red Cross when they go and help at natural disasters or even war zones where there's limited water, the water has been contaminated. There's an issue and there needs to be more clean water, and it has been noticed that there 2.2 billion people have no access to clean water, so a solution to this would be very helpful as so many people around the world need clean water.
So the solution that we are presenting about today, it's the same as the one right there. It should be able to fit in the same size box, but we have some added stuff, which includes a added 2 filters, which will filter out all bacteria, viruses, and endotoxins in any sort of water, and it would be able to hopefully be used with any type of water. The dirtiest water you can think of, it should be able to filter all of that to clean water. Now we have a better pump made by KNF, which is a German manufacturer which manufactures modular pumps, which basically you can plug and play them kind of like Legos, and you can basically build them however you need. They'll have enough pressure, enough flow rate to move however much water you need. And then we will have a solar panel that will be hooked up to the system to provide clean energy and in areas where there's not really a dedicated power grid. So this is just the equipment. as I said, it will have an extra 2 filters, so that's 6 filters total. We'll have the same Aquaporn RO filter, the Aqua Crest filter, and then the Nephros SSU Minis, which are specially designed for portable filtration units. We'll have a solenoid to control the flow of the drinking water into IV fluid, and then we'll have a salinity sensor that will measure the amount of salts in the IV fluid because it needs to be 0.9% of the mass of a 1 liter supply of water. And then of course the one solar panel, or even you can hook up many more to it if you need the power, and then the KNF pump.
So this system is extremely marketable to different types of groups. You can market to the U.S. military, NATO, the Red Cross, International Rescue Committee, the United Nations. All these different groups need some sort of system like this. It would provide a benefit to whatever they're trying to carry out. Right now, through our research, we found that there's not, any competitors that we can find to make a system like this that offer both, portable IV in the same system, right? So you can make portable water, drinking water, but then they also don't make, IV water that's portable. So this system has everything in one.
And I'll talk about the CAD again. So this is the newly designed CAD, and as you can see, it's much more clean, it's much more thought out. And we have a tubing key on the left. Now the brown tubes, which can be found at the top right and the bottom left, those are your dirty waters. Now the brown tube at the bottom left, that is the dirty water from whatever your water supply is, whether that be a lake, a stream, or a bucket of water. The brown tube at the top right, that is the output of the Aquaporn filters, which they have a dirty water output, and because some stuff doesn't get filtered, so that would either be dumped out and reused or put right back through the system at the beginning. The yellow tubes, which you can see down in the middle right area, those are the Aqua Crest filters water, and that is basically removing some of the heavy metals, some of the sediments, salts, stuff like that, all the big stuff. And then the blue water, which comes after the 2 small filters, that is the drinkable water, and that will output to the right for whoever needs water in any case scenario. But it will also go up to the top to the black solenoid, which we'll see later, and that will be filtered into where the green tubes are, which is the IV solution, and that would be held in a 1 liter bag, box, or any of the sort, and filtered or mixed with some salts with a salinity sensor to make sure we have the right amount of salt levels. Here's another view. You can see the Aqua Crest filters and then the Nephros filters. And then this is the IV part of the system. You have the Aquaporn filters at the top and the 1 liter container. And then you can see all the electronics. You have the pump at the bottom left, the circuit board, and the solenoid. And the circuit board would be able to control everything. So you could have some switches in the empty space next to the circuit board, and you could have a switch for turning it off and on, a switch for the battery supply. You could input any battery that you would need, and the empty space could also be used for if you need other filters, if you need other stuff to go in it, you can put that in that space. And then here's the solar panel on the top, which would be used for power. You could also attach, many companies offer solar panels that you lay on the ground, put on top of RVs, and other things like that. And now, that's the end of our presentation, but we would also like to run our system that we use for the NASA Hunch project.
So is NASA part of your customer base?
So NASA really wouldn't be because they're not really focusing here on Earth. This project, it was going to be used for lunar bases, Martian bases, and like explorations on different moons, planets, and stuff like that in the coming future once NASA reaches other planets and moons. And it would really be used outside of a base in a zero gravity area, basically.
Well, if this was a NASA project, have they evaluated your solution, or has someone evaluated it yet?
So we went to present with a bunch of other groups doing similar things, not just biomedical groups, but engineering and design and development groups in New Jersey, I believe Hysick County, New Jersey, something along the lines of that. And we had booths set up all around, and we had our project on display. Many people from NASA and students and other school systems walked around and viewed all the projects. And from what we saw, everybody liked our project. Everybody was really interested. It was one of the only systems that actually was running, and we had it fully working while there.
Got a couple questions. What do you see, what's the cost of this?
So
when it's manufactured?
So when we created this design, we had 2 of the aquaporn filters donated to us, so we do not know the exact price, but if we are to estimate the cost setup that we put in, it's a bit over $1,000. But the main of that cost comes from the filters themselves, the ones that we were donated. The money that we put in was less than $200. So we're estimating that the cost of this whole system is a little over $1,000.
Okay, so that's the cost of parts, not of what it would actually sell for.
Yes, that's the cost of parts.
Right, second question is, where did you get your dirty water? Did you go down to one of the lakes, like Centennial Lake, or?
So the water we used was just sink water, but with the testing that we did, we tested the water before we ran it through the system, and we saw how much metal it removed from our system. And Nolan can add on to that.
For our chloride test and calcium test, we also added calcium and chloride into the water to make sure that we had control beforehand. So basically testing, seeing the red water by the indicator, just to make sure that we knew what was going in and what was coming out was exactly what we wanted.
So you mentioned that yours is that you know of the only all-in-one solution, i.e. both water and IV, but it sounds like there are water-only solutions, IV-only solutions. Why is it important to have all-in-one, and what are your thoughts on those other competitors and why this is better?
Why we think that this is better is because, like, let's say you're in a military scenario, right? If we're going down that path, basically, you can, by our design that our second design that we put, you could just have drinking water, right? And if somebody needs drinking water, you're in a pinch scenario, you need to basically call someone to get you water or whatever. You don't need to do that if you're just carrying around this. If somebody gets injured and you can't get any medical help right away, then you also have IV water that you can administer, right? So it basically is a time-saving device or something that could, push your unit over the edge of basically being able to save somebody's life or in a scenario where you would need it, right? So just adds more versatility.
Can it be, I'm not quite sure what the word is, going to be made to be higher capacity for more water? Because it would seem like if you have like a unit of 15 military people, you can't all carry one of those with them, and a liter of water is not going to go that far.
So the liter of water is mainly for the IV saline solution, because what doctors use, they use either a liter bag or 500 milliliter bag to drip the water and medicine into a patient's arm, and that's what that would be used for. The drinking water output would be just so anybody can use, and it would be continuously running as long as you have water and as long as the pump stays charged and running, you should be able to run that indefinitely until you either run out of power or water. So there really shouldn't be any like big need unless there's a very large group of people, like 100 people, something like that. I think if we got near those numbers, then I think you would see like the pump, it may not be running as fast as that needs, but then you could have 2, 3 of these in different locations for different humanitarian aid, things like in that sort of nature.
Did you drink the water after it went through the filter?
Sorry, what was that?
Did you drink any? Did any of you drink the water?
Yeah, so we drank the water before it was filtered. It was not, the school's water is not that good. I don't recommend it. We drank the filtered water through the complete system. It tastes, I would say it tastes better than any of the waters that you can buy at a store. You don't really taste anything. It's all, like, I can't say it's pure water because that's very hard. You need to use different things like electrolysis to make pure water, but it's much better than any water I've ever had.
How often do the filters have to be changed? I mean, they must have get contaminated after a while.
Yeah, so the aquaporn filters, we contacted the company who gave them to us. They said, depending on use case scenario, if it's an industrial use case, which is what they mainly sell towards, then they said 1 to 7 years. It's a very large range. That's what they told us. But the Aqua Crest filters, I believe it's 15,000 liters of water until you should replace them. And you can always replace before as well if there starts to be problems.
So what did you all learn about yourselves while you were working on this project?
Mainly how to work as a group better. We learned what each of us are good at, and
one thing I think for all of us too was we had to reach out to a lot of companies, and I personally had never done that before, you know, calling on the phone to different people, and, you know, really just not, you know, just, you know, shoot your shot out there to these companies, because the worst case scenario that they're going to do is say no, right? But of course, Aquaporn said yes. They sent us 2 filters that ended up making our entire system, you know, work. So, I mean, it was just figuring out how to sell your product, how to basically say you had a design ready, and if we could, you know, use your product for either a reduced price, or if you could send it to us, you know, that would be great.
So speaking of that, how do you see yourselves moving forward in terms of your funding and making this something that has legs, if you will?
Well, we know of another, I guess you could say, presentation later in August that we could go to, but I think as a group right now, we are not entirely thinking of going to that. I'm not really sure what we have in store for the future for this design. We do know that the parameters of, or I guess the guidelines to this design is that it can be up to a 3-year process, because eventually they want it to be IV grade level solution that we don't have yet implemented, but in our design and our research, we are getting to that point. So I guess it's a matter of fact of 3 of us still want to take forward this design.
What are your plans for next year as personal plans?
Well, all 3 of us do want to go to college, so that is maybe a thing. I'm not sure what the other 2 want to do next year, but
I'm going to be attending Liberty University in Central Virginia for mechanical engineering. I'm going to pursue that route. Basically, I want to do stuff like this and implement designs and design different material and other stuff, or maybe the private sector. I'm not sure yet, but I'll decide that later down the road.
Like Nolan said, this project has made me really interested on making things, and next year I want to do electrical engineering at the University of Delaware. And this this design has really gotten me into making things and really just exploring new avenues.
I'm currently still waiting on financial aid and stuff, but my choice right now is Loyola University, and I'll be doing mechanical engineering no matter what university I go to. And are we able to run the system? Can we run it real quick?
Sure, yeah.
And that was like 90% of the water in the bag. Oh, sorry, more like 75%, but it does work. And as you can see, it might have leaked a little bit. That's just because we didn't screw the top on. So. But it does work, and this is what we've been working on since August of last year.
Well, congratulations. This is fantastic. Thank you so much. And it's a lot of promise, and I wish you the greatest success moving forward in your education and pursuit of this project. So thank you, and so we're up for the next team. Well, we've been very impressed so far, haven't we, ladies and gentlemen? These are some very highly skilled, educated students providing some fantastic solutions to problems of society and the world in general. So we wish them all the best of luck, and we're so honored to have everyone here. Our next team, Team 4, Digital Duality, the pros and pitfalls of artificial intelligence. And this team is comprised of high school students from Centennial High as well as Mount Hebron High School. So congratulations on being selected as a finalist team.
Good morning, everyone. We're grateful to Vantage Point Residences for giving us this amazing opportunity today. Introducing AI Watch. We're saving the vulnerable population from the threats of AI. My name is Prithvi.
I'm Sai. And my name is Arya.
Let's see what we're doing today. Let's talk about our team. Our team consists of 3 high school sophomores or 10th graders. Me.
My name is Arya.
And I'm Sai. So I'm personally a very social person, and I genuinely care about the well-being of others, especially in this new world of AI. I'm very passionate about community outreach and the well-being of our citizens in our society.
My name is Aryan. I'm more interested in the field of aerospace, and I'm looking forward to see how artificial intelligence can be intertwined in this field to further this study.
And I'm Sai. I'm a technology enthusiast and passionate programmer, and I want to use artificial intelligence to positively impact society.
How did we exactly form our team? Let me tell you all a small story. Before we started this nonprofit, me, Sai, and Aryan were pretty good friends. And as I said, we each have our own unique skills, and we use these skills, merge them together in creating this organization to help and educate others and create awareness on AI. What are our motives behind AI Watch? It all started off with experiences of our loved ones. Children from ages 10 to 18 and seniors above the age of 60 have been, as you all know, AI has been very prevalent from 2022. ChatGPT, Bing AI, Google Gemini have been used for technological advancements, and they have several of our family members have been affected by this. For example, there have been AI frauds, scams. There's been basically a lot of negative effects on AI.
And to give a personal example, my own grandmother was actually nearly affected by AI. Through voice replication, she was nearly deceived into paying money to a malicious actor. And because of experiences like these, I was motivated to found this initiative to prevent others from falling to such scams with artificial intelligence.
What are our interests? We all are interested in the STEM field. I'm interested in biotech, Aryan's interested in aerospace engineering, and Sai's interested in computer science. So we all are interested in the STEM field, and since AI is becoming so popular, we started a nonprofit to guide and educate our society and create more AI awareness. This is our mission statement. AI Watch is dedicated to advocating and teaching about both the benefits and dangers that AI provides to community. We aim to educate our community on how AI can improve lives as well as how AI can pose a danger in society. We are very committed towards a community well informed on AI and its effect for the future. Now let me hand it over to Art.
Thank you, Prithvi. Now we'd like to move on to the issue that our initiative aims to combat. So what is the main issue that AI Watch aims to solve? Well, the main issue here is that AI is a rapidly developing technology, and many people still do not fully understand what AI is and what it can do. And combined with the fact that AI has the power to be able to deceive people using scams, this can lead to a dangerous scenario where many people can fall victim to artificial intelligence because they're unable to recognize what it is and what it can do. And our primary audience that we're intending to provide for is teenagers and the elderly. And it's a target audience that we aim to educate and educate them on what AI is and how they can be able to spot and prevent themselves from being scammed from artificial intelligence. Now I'd like to move on to some relevant statistics that show the power of AI and people being scammed. So as you can see, McAfee researchers have found that AI can replicate someone's voice in under 3 seconds. And 53% of adults have their voice publicly online on the internet. And how do these two statistics relate? Well, if 53% of adults have their voices online, and an AI can replicate someone's voice in under 3 seconds, this can lead to a malicious actor can use AI to replicate someone's voice and be used to socially engineer another person to fool them. For example, someone could replicate the voice of someone's family member and use this voice to get them to do something that will pay them in a scenario. And this exact scenario shows how AI can be used to scam someone through social engineering. Additionally, 77% of victims who have fallen for an AI scam have lost money, which further shows the dangers of AI being used in scams and deceit, as a large proportion of people have been shown to lose money, showing how people can fall victim and how it is an effective tactic in people being scammed. Here's some relevant data relating to AI scams. So, as you can see, here's some common AI cybercrimes, and a large proportion is phishing attacks with 59%. And to give a brief summary of phishing, pretty much the objective of phishing is to trick someone into doing a certain action, for example, for gain. So, I'm sure that a common phishing attack is an email being sent to someone to get them to click a link, for example, to steal their banking information. And a main component of phishing is the research aspect, because if you want to send an email to someone and to convince them to do something, you want to know what organization they're part of and what their personality characteristics, for example. And AI, for example, GPT-4 and Microsoft Copilot, they can go on the internet, they have active access to the internet and pretty much scan the internet. And AI can be used to scan the internet and find aspects about these people. And this greatly speeds up a key process of someone attempting to fish someone, which does show that phishing can become more effective with AI. As additionally, AI also has generative potential. For example, it can generate a convincing prompt that can be sent to someone to fish them. And actually, looking at the yellow proportions, a large proportion of people and businesses who have fallen, for example, have directly had some direct impact on, for example, losing money. Further showing how large proportions of AI attacks have led to people losing money. Further solidify why there needs to be education and people should know how to spot these attacks and how to prevent them. Now I'd like to hand it on to Sai.
Thank you, Aryan. We have now talked about our issue, and here's our solution on how we're going to solve this issue. Our solution contains 3 major components. The first component includes workshops and classes. For these workshops and classes, we will prepare fun and educational materials that will cover a variety of AI-related topics, such as what is AI, how it's used in scams and frauds, and how to mitigate these scams. Our second major component includes a digital platform. These will include, for example, a YouTube channel where we will upload videos about how to stay safe and other related AI components. Additionally, social medias, which will be targeted mostly towards teenagers who use them. Lastly, is our platform of software. We're going to build several softwares to help our customer base stay safe while they're surfing the internet. For example, an app that can look at the website that you are on and highlight potentially fraudulent links in red so you know that they could potentially hurt you. Our target audience, as Aryan mentioned, are seniors and teenagers. However, anyone of any age is always susceptible to AI-powered scams and frauds. Therefore, we plan to impact as many people as possible from any age range. However, teenagers and seniors are going to be our main demographic. Being more specific, teenagers include those around ages 10 to 18. And the reason we're targeting them is because they have the highest internet usage of any age group, being on social media, YouTube, and other social media platforms the most out of any age group. We also plan to target seniors who are ages 50 to 60 and higher, as they tend to not be fully proficient in technology and artificial intelligence usage, as AI is a rapidly growing technology and doesn't have full and stable education quite yet. We've actually done a few sessions at the Miller Branch Library in Howard County, Maryland, where we talked about AI, its pros, its cons, and how to stay safe with artificial intelligence in today's world. So how does our solution actually solve this issue at hand? Well, it solves it through 2 main ways. Our sessions, first, they will give our audience increased literacy and knowledge in AI and AI-powered scams and frauds. This will allow our audience to stay safe and make sure that they know how to mitigate these issues. The second is mostly aimed towards the younger people, like the teenagers, as we will equip them with useful and relevant AI knowledge that they can use later in life with a job. So, wrapping this up, here are a few key points from our presentation. Our goal is to reduce the number of people falling for these AI scams. We plan to educate those in the vulnerable population about AI and its potential dangers. We're going to build a digital platform and a platform of software to raise awareness and protect our customer base. Our target demographics include seniors and teenagers. However, we hope to impact anyone of any age range. And lastly, we strive to equip our audience with the needed information about artificial intelligence and its role in modern society in order to prevent them from falling for relevant recent AI scams. Thank you so much for your time today and listening to our presentation. We are AI Watch.
when you started, you said you were a nonprofit.
You're not on.
Oh, I'm not on. Now I'm on. In the beginning, you said that you were a nonprofit. And so how are you going about raising money to support your efforts?
Well, we are not a fully registered nonprofit at the moment yet because we're not old enough to actually register one under our names. But we are obviously going to continue our efforts and then later register the nonprofit under our names. The raising money part, competitions like this one will help us fundraise and also raise awareness for potential donations and grants that can help us have a better online presence and also impact more people as we go on.
Well, it's not only AI, but get text messages that say your cloud is going to be eliminated. Your cloud account is going to be eliminated. Please click on this link. How does your education help prepare somebody so they don't click on that link?
That's a great question. So most of the, before the AI advancements, most of these scam text messages were written by actual humans. Humans, they make errors and they're not fully convincing. Now with AI, you can write a full-fledged message like that and have it so convincing that the end user's gonna click on that link. What we're gonna do is we're gonna train our users on how AI tends to write. For example, AI uses uncommon words and phrases which can be found if you read the message carefully. This will then show that AI wrote this message and it's probably not going to be safe to click on that link. Additionally, we'll teach more tactics like, does that link look weird? Is Google spelled with a single O instead of double O? And those kinds of weird mishaps that happen when you are trying to scam someone.
Could you provide some more information about how you plan to set up your educational programs and carry them out?
I don't fully understand what you mean by that.
Well, you're going to be producing educational programs, right?
Yes.
So could you describe them in more detail?
Oh, sure. So for the educational part of our solution, we're going to create educational materials, slideshows, games, and the like for an interactive and fun sessions. As I mentioned earlier, we've actually done a few sessions at the Miller Branch Library. So sessions like those are what we plan to go for now, before we can scale it to other states and then eventually, hopefully, nationally.
What topics did you cover at those sessions? Am I still not?
The microphone's on.
Yeah, they keep going on and off.
What were some of the topics that you covered at your Miller Library sessions?
So the topics that we covered in that presentation include, for example, what is AI? How does it impact your life on a day-to-day basis? For example, did you know that AI is actually running in the background on almost any website you visit for a major company? I can almost guarantee you, this AI somewhere in this presentation, scanning me, it's like, which slides, what are you doing? So, AI is everywhere, and we teach them about this. Where it is, how to see it, how to make sure you're safe, prevent yourself from being tracked, how to identify AI scams, and the like.
You have one or two seniors in this audience. Could you give us a short example of what we should be looking out for?
Of course. So let's go back to your example. Let's say you get a random text message saying, your Honda car insurance or warranty can be extended. That should immediately raise a red flag, because Honda would not be texting you one-on-one. They are a very busy company, and I highly doubt they would be texting you in the first place. They'd probably send you a more professional automated email. Now, you can immediately just raise a red flag if you see a blue hyperlink, bit.ly, tiny URL, these weird shortened URLs. Like actually, like yeah, that one. There you go. Oh no. No. Yeah, if you see weird links like this, you should immediately become suspicious. Are we scamming you? Because they are shortened URLs, you can't actually see where you're heading. Just go to google.com, microsoft.com, no one knows. So, also any normal link from a person you don't know should become suspicious. Try to read the link carefully, because, for example, there are letters that can be represented by a combination of two letters that look like oddly close. For example, M looks like R and N look suspiciously close to an M if you read the link a bit too fast. So I could make RN Microsoft.com instead of Microsoft.com and try to scam you with some random link. So that's another tidbit to look out for. Additionally, if the message itself has typos in it, because humans, typos, we love typos, they tend to make errors here and there, which can be like found through the message. If Honda's actually giving you a real email, you can pretty much guarantee it goes through at least 4 different layers of checking before it comes to you in perfect grammatical format.
So, in my experience in banking, I've had situations where we've had our customers being attacked by a text type of phishing thing. We sent out emails and other messages to thousands of our customers, and we still have a huge percentage of them that have money stolen. And they say, I read your information, I understood what you sent me, but I still did it anyway. So the question is, how are you going to overcome that? It sounds like you're thinking about working on some software-enabled type of approaches, and I think that's probably going to be the best protection. So I'm wondering what progress you've made on that, what your thinking is. Are other people like McAfee, for example, or Norton LifeLock working on that, and essentially your competitors?
Great question, actually. So I've actually been doing research on this exact topic, so like scamming in banking. The reason your bank emails typically don't work is because people read them, they might not fully execute them, and also scammers have become increasingly equipped, as this entire presentation is about, with artificial intelligence, which allows them to just bypass any information you would just give them, as they can just ask the AI to make sure that anything it generates follows your requirements and make sure it's not suspicious. But relating to our platform of software, so far the progress has been me making a Chrome extension. So Chrome, Firefox, you know the browsers, right? Yeah. I'm in the process of making a Chrome extension where anytime you load a page, it will skim all the links, like take all the links from the page, run them through a custom AI model, and see, does the link look suspicious? Is rnmicrosoft.com truly a weird link that I should highlight? So that's the kind of stuff we're going to create. Hopefully, in the future, I want to make an application that will scan emails as well, and see if it's like a somewhat weird email. As for competitors, Google, like Gmail, already blocks spam emails or suspicious emails. But again, spam filters aren't perfect, and creating more advanced AI models to detect these weird and scam fishy emails. Get it, fish. That can actually improve your bank's efforts, for example.
I see that this is a joint effort between Centennial High School and Mount Hebron.
Yeah.
And how does that work?
So me and Prithvi are from Centennial High School, so we can always just talk in person when we see each other. Arian is from Mount Hebron High School. However, we've been friends for a while, right? So we have our online connections as well.
So this isn't a school-sponsored?
No, it's independent.
Good, thank you.
No issues. Are there any other questions from the judges?
How about about answering the phone?
How about answering the phone?
Well, as Arnie was mentioning earlier, AI is becoming increasingly advanced in cloning people's voices and audio. As the relevant statistic he provided, where it states AI can clone someone's voice from just 3 seconds of audio. So someone can easily find a trusted person of yourself, like a family member or a friend, find their voice online, and then get AI to replicate it and then call you. The issue with AI creating voices is that human voices aren't always consistent. You intonate and accent certain words at different levels. I might, for example, I could say the word for in 13 different ways. So the AI, though it can replicate the voice, isn't going to do it perfectly. So if you can hear a sort of monotone going throughout the entire message, you can kind of guess that it's coming from an AI model. Additionally, you always want to verify the phone numbers that things are coming from, because let's say your friend has a phone number, and you have that saved in your contacts as friend. If you get a random call or text from someone posing to be that friend, and you notice the phone numbers don't match up, you should instantly become suspicious because, well, the phone numbers don't match up, so it's coming from a different person trying to impersonate your friend.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. That is really important work. With as fast as AI has been being developed and being introduced to our world, it always seems that the bad actors jump on it first, and we are much better off today after having heard your presentation. So thank you very much. We are at the point now for our 5th and final team. So thank you again, and we will see you back shortly after lunch for the awards. Thank you. Welcome. We have Team 5, our final team to present this morning. They are a team from Mount Hebron High School, and their presentation is Lesion Detector App. So Lesion Detector App team, welcome and congratulations on being selected as a finalist. As they get set up, we'll get the timer going. The judges will be settled. Welcome, thank you.
Thank you. Can we get started?
Yes, please, introduce yourselves.
Hello? Okay. Hello. Today we will be presenting our sample app Lesion Detector. Through months of research, we've created a sample application to address a problem at hand. This team includes myself, Yashika Reddy.
And my name is Prithika Mohanraj. The origin of our idea mainly came from a conversation that me and Yashika had 2 years ago. When I went to India to visit my friend, she had a huge skin rash. And when I talked to her on what was going on and if she was okay, then she told me that it was actually a very painful rash that she couldn't get treated. And I asked her why she couldn't get it treated, and it was actually because she couldn't afford the treatment. It was too expensive to transport to the medical clinic and get the diagnosis and treatment. So when me and Yashika were talking about this, we decided that we wanted to do something to help with a cost-effective solution that is easily accessible by people like my friend who live in low-income rural communities.
So starting with the facts, as of today, almost 900 million people are affected by skin lesions. Skin lesions, by definition, are any area of the skin that are different from the surrounding skin in texture, size, color, etc. Considering these statistics, though, it's unexpected to see that diagnosis for skin lesions are almost half the amount. In fact, skin lesions going undiagnosed have caused a 12% increase in death rates all across the world. This is mainly due to the lack of healthcare facilities for rural and low-income families.
To further add on, the reason why these rural, low-income families don't have access to such healthcare facilities is because of their economic situation. Because they do not have enough income to afford these high, expensive treatments, it makes it harder for them to get diagnosed and get treatment that they deserve. This causes a lot of deaths because for dangerous skin lesions, if they go undiagnosed, it can allow them to be in fatal situations.
So currently, doctors use biopsies to diagnose skin lesions. A biopsy is where you take a sample of the cell or a part of your tissue out of the body for laboratory testing. They also use blacklight examination, where you shine an ultraviolet light onto the skin to highlight unusual pigmentation, or even dioscopies, where you take a microscope slide and apply it to the skin to look for unusual skin color changes. Now, all of these are accurate, yet require a lot of money. As you can see, a simple biopsy can range from $300 to $12,000, which is unimaginable for a low-income family. Our solution to this problem is Lesion Detector. Lesion Detector aims to provide a safe, quick, and reliable diagnosis without significant testing. Our software uses a convolutional neural network to diagnose skin lesions, and it outweighs the current approach's drawbacks. After the screening is complete, it will provide a chat box for extra support on nearby hospitals, medications, etc.
A convolutional neural network is essentially an AI algorithm that is made up of many layers. These layers act as filters that will take in an input, identify the key components of that input, and based on the analysis of this, it will classify that input into a specific subcategory, which a later layer will repeat the same process of identifying, classifying, and subcategorizing, until eventually this network of layers will produce an output that is the specific classification of the input to the best of its abilities. This type of process is mainly used in image and object recognition and classification apps such as ours.
With machine input learning, we can use images collected from databases and even real-life human skin to diagnose a skin lesion. With the use of artificial intelligence, we can expand whom and where we can sell this product to. It can be used in radiology, ophthalmology, and so many other fields. And we believe in the future, this app can diagnose almost any skin lesion with a simple input of images and words. So this is a sample prototype of our app. It's basically where a patient can input a skin lesion, and the app will produce a skin diagnosis along with a percentage of certainty. There's also a chat box that includes information on medication, symptoms, and some recommendations on nearby hospitals. Now, to prove the accuracy of this app, the Lesion Detector team has put together some accuracy models. In these models, it can be observed that the training and validation loss curves are near each other, which depicts the optimal classification of the skin disease. The accuracy is high and the validation loss is low, which shows just how accurate our Lesion Detector app really is.
To make sure that we produce the most value, we focused on three main target audience groups. These groups are low-income families, third world countries, and medical professionals. By targeting third world countries as well as low-income families, we're able to provide them with a cost-effective, efficient solution that they wouldn't be able to access otherwise. And as far as medical professionals, we believe that they can leverage the advantages that our AI model has to enhance their existing processes. For example, they can use our app to provide a baseline diagnosis from which they can build upon or investigate further in order to make sure that their patient has the best diagnosis possible. And to further maximize our success, we made a business model that composes of 5 key parts. We focused on partnerships, the value we bring, the customers we impact, and the resources that we'll use, as well as potential revenue streams. As far as partnerships, we wanted to make sure that we partnered with companies that we can provide value to, as well as they can provide value to us. And then as far as the values that we bring, we want to make sure that we're delivering a high quality, efficient, cost-effective AI model that can most accurately or most reliably detect a skin lesion when scanned. And for customers, we decided that all of our customers are in our target audience, as mentioned before. And for resources, we want to use accurate images from reliable medical databases where we'll get skin lesion pictures and to train our AI model to make it most reliable. And then for potential revenue streams, we eventually want to release this app on the App Store or Google Play Store so both Android users and Apple users can have access to this. And for online marketing, we want to use social media to promote this on popular social media platforms such as Facebook, where the majority of older communities can find their information. And these older communities are also prone to skin lesions more often, so it will help them realize the benefits that they can gain from this app. And then we also want to collaborate with healthcare professionals, clinics, and other providers so that they can use our app to help their own company, and they can partner with us to help build our app to become better.
So through a survey, we gained input on this application, and through various questions, it can be seen that 68 respondents feel that money is a big issue for dermatology visits, especially in third world countries. They also stated that this app can be used for personal use and that it would be very beneficial in the medical field, proving just how much potential Lesion Detector has.
We offer 2 main competitive advantages compared to our competitors, one being the efficiency and the second being the cost. As said before, it takes a lot of time and money to travel and be diagnosed, prescribed, and treated. So instead, our app can do all of this in just 5 seconds. However, it is worth mentioning that this app is just a baseline diagnosis from which a patient can further take action if needed. Instead of going to a clinic and spending hundreds and thousands of dollars for a diagnosis that will not need any treatment at all. So this overall will save money as well because our app provides a free solution instead of the hundreds and thousands of dollars as seen from the current solutions. Our team consists of myself, Pritika, and Yashka, and as mentioned before, this team came about from a conversation that we had and our motive to build an app that can provide a free and accessible service. As far as my own contributions, I helped gather data for our research for this project to make sure that our app was well supported. And I contacted, and I'm continuing to contact medical professionals and healthcare professionals to gain their input on the feasibility and logistical applications that our app has in the real world. I'm also using my background in programming to collaborate with Yashika to build the program of our actual app.
And my contributions include, through courses like Computer Science Principles and Computer Science A, I've helped with the back end of this application, and through internships and research on design and UI UX, I've helped with the interface of this app to make sure that our patients will have the best experience possible. We've contacted a bioinformatics team, as well as professionals in UX design and computer science and AI, like Ms. Katie Patras in Johns Hopkins University Technology Innovation Center, just to make sure that this app is feasible and can be produced in the future.
As there's always room for improvement, we want to make sure that we're addressing any future steps that we'll take. For example, we want to make our app more inclusive, such as we want to increase the scope of our app so that diagnosis isn't only limited to skin lesions. And we also want to include more features beyond just the chatbot that we have. And as far as inclusivity, we want to include more languages and skin tones so that diversity and language is not a barrier to using our app. And as far as publicizing our app, we want to make more partnerships and seek more opportunities with healthcare companies as well as AI companies to support our app to grow. And then eventually we want to build a permanent website so that people can access our service online and they don't only have to rely on downloading an app to get the service.
So overall, we believe that Lesion Detector has a lot of potential, and we hope that you think so too. Discover, decide, and diagnose. Lesion Detector does it all. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. And, okay, you're right. Thank you so much. We'll give the judges time to ask questions. I know I thought of a few myself, so thank you so much.
Where are you going to get the data that you need, and how much data do you need?
So we've so far used data collected from real-life human skin. We've visited hospitals nearby and collected data, but we also hope to use images from medical databases, not just online, to prove that they're actually accurate diagnoses.
Do you have any thought about how much data you actually need? You know, in terms of, you know, do you need 100 or 1,000 or a million?
There isn't a set quantity of data that we're looking for, as we're always going to improve our app in the future continuously. So as long as we're able to find data, we will always try to incorporate that so that our AI model can have the most data to accurately and reliably diagnose.
If you had clarified, is it simply looking at images, or is it also images and then follow-up questions like, is this itchy, is this bleeding, has it changed, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so that's a good question. We were actually thinking that that would be an additional feature that we would add on. For now, we're just focusing on uploading an image, the lesion detector scanning it, and then getting a diagnosis. But in the future, we definitely want to include an option for selecting symptoms and recommendations based on those symptoms.
The chat box feature, where are you getting your information for that?
So we've been contacting professionals, and they've been helping us for like symptoms, and I know a lot of online research has proven specific symptoms for specific skin lesions and stuff like that. So we hope to use the actual research collected, and hopefully we can collect data for further use in the chat box.
How many layers do you see using in your neural networks?
So far, I think how many do we have? 10, I think we have, but we're definitely still working on that. It's still a work in progress.
Are you aware of any competitors?
So far, our competitors are actual medical clinics, but as far as apps, we haven't seen any apps that offer this free service like ours.
We've also considered applications like a Zitra Firefly. This is a technology that's used for this exact thing, but these tools still cost a lot of money and aren't as quick as our app. So we hope that this app can still provide a quicker and cheaper alternative.
When you're doing the training, it takes a lot of computing power. What do you consider using for your training system?
So far, we've been doing it just on our laptop, but as this gets bigger, we hope to actually, expand it and maybe use it from professionals.
Okay, so you find somebody who has a cancerous lesion or something like that. The question is, how do you hook up with a low-cost doctor to treat this? Or it's not part of the program.
Providing a low-cost doctor isn't part of our app. Our app mainly focuses on providing a baseline diagnosis from which the patients can take further action for. So for example, if it is a benign skin lesion, they can know to not spend so much money on going to a medical clinic. But if they get a diagnosis that is potentially a skin cancer, they can know that, oh, I should probably take action on this immediately.
Although we can't reduce the overall cost after you get diagnosed, we can definitely limit it by allowing less people to go to a hospital with no actual reason.
So who is helping you manage this project?
So far we've been working on our own expertise as well as research. We've been talking to a few professionals to help us in the process as it is a big task. But we hope to actually present this to teams in the future so they can see the legal reforms, the feasibility of this app.
I just want you to know that last night or the night before I was reading some stuff, my science apps, and there was a little story about women doctors who treat people have better results as far as longevity is concerned than male doctors. So I just want you to know that.
Thank you for your questions. They're all very good questions.
What are your plans for the future?
Plans for the future are this app is obviously a very long-term project, so we're going to continue trying to improve it, add more data, fix the UI, and just try to improve it as we continuously grow ourselves and gain more knowledge on AI. So as long as we can continue working on this, we will try to make it as best as possible.
My question actually was, what are your personal goals and what do you plan to do?
With this app or in general?
In general.
I plan on majoring in computer science and attending a four-year university, so hopefully that knowledge will help me with this app.
Yeah, me too. I plan on majoring in computer science and specializing in machine learning or cybersecurity. And hopefully I'll be able to use this knowledge to continue working on this app with Yeshika.
Judges, any final questions for the ladies? Thank you. Thank you very much. A very fascinating project for you to continue with, and best of luck on that. So we've now met and seen the presentations from our 5 finalists, and so we're just about ready to take our 1-hour lunch break. The students, parents, and sponsors are please meet in the fireside dining room for lunch. The staff and your team guides will direct you to the fireside dining room. For all others, the marketplace on the first floor is open for lunch or to purchase of other items. That is through a cash purchase only. But residents, of course, you have your dining program here for the pub or the marketplace. And we hope to see everyone back here in about an hour, probably about 1:15 to 1:30. We will have our winners assigned and we will have the presentation of the prizes. So thank you all for your attention. I'm so pleased to see so many people stayed through the entire 5 teams. So we'll see you soon. Yeah, we plan to go down the parking lot and do it all. Well, noisier, but now
Oh, okay.
We want to go to more things. Let me go grab lunches. With my list out there. Let me go grab lunches.
yeah, that's why we'll go down.
Yeah, park it up. We're gonna take grab lunches. You're going with them, right? You're going with them, right? Thank you. You were fine, right? You were fine, right? Yeah. I told you. I told you.
I know we've traded some emails.
Yes.
Similar problems.
Doing a great job on the IT.
So we'll be presenting the second half.
Well, it's going to be, you have the teams in here.
Okay.
The judges.
So 5 more teams?
All 5 teams.
Oh, it's the same teams with
same
different
teams.
ideas?
No, the same teams will be awarded their
Oh, I see.
prizes. So we'll go through and give them, we'll start with, and the 5th place team is going to be a really tough decision. They've got a tough
Yeah.
job.
So they won't need their ear connected at all?
No.
It's just the award, okay?
No. Just microphone. Yeah, microphones, and then the cameras will give awards, they'll get their prizes, they'll get certificates, and then the first place team will have a check, photo op.
Yeah.
But I think we'll definitely keep them at 130.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's moving along really well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think having everyone sort of on point to take up any kind of slack.
Yes.
But this worked, the text worked well, the guides. We're watching it. Okay, great.
The last presentation was great.
Yeah, great. Not sure what to expect with the name of their team.
Yes.
How do you do that without?
There you go.
Okay, I'll take a look. So what time are we back here?
1:15. Oh, okay. So you're gonna stay here, or we're gonna go down?
No, we're going.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going.
I figured you'll leave. Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah, he's doing his preliminary, because
need to get up and walk around.
No, I think we need to talk.
My number's open, I just checked now, I could put 7/8, and then I could go back and look at, make sure.
I'm having trouble.
Yeah, I think we should have used a 100-point scale because of the
Well, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's just that,
You just gotta go back and sort of that.
Yes.
Can you turn that mic off on the count, please?
Yeah, it is
So
up.
far, I've only said positive.
It's already up.
Oh, I saw something flashing green.
Are you talking about that? Right now, all of them should.
Hey, one second.
yeah, well, yeah, that was.
You know a lot about computer and networks and all that.
I could go home just fine. Look at that shit when you can call it fifth place. Fifth place better than 10th. Just out of fun. Oh my.
They would like the students in front.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Big Idea Competition. Congratulations to all 5 of our teams today. The deliberations were very heated and very animated, and there was a lot of great discussion because everyone did such a fabulous job exceeding our expectations for our very first Big Idea Competition. Clearly, this was not any of your first competitions, so thank you for putting on such a great show for us and helping us really make such a great competition today. We have finally determined the order of the winners, the order of the teams. Dr. Friedhofer, if you would come up and make the announcements. Drum roll, please.
I think everyone did a great job, and it took a lot of deliberation, arm wrestling, and we figured out what was going on. So I'd like to announce the 5th place winner, the caffeine removal team from Centennial High School. So congratulations. Congratulations. 4th place, Digital Duality, Pros and Pitfalls of AI, students from Centennial and Mount Hebron High School.
Thank you so much. And
third place, lesion detection from Mount Hebron. Congratulations, Sarah. Our ladies-only team.
Yes.
Did great. Second place, portable IV and drinking water system at Glen Elk High School. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations.
And first place is the adaptive sports equipment for disadvantaged students from Glen Elk High School.
Okay. The sponsor for adaptive sports equipment, if you're here, if you could come up, please. Oh. Here's. Oh, here, hold. Here's. There we go. Fantastic. Great job. Great job. Well, this concludes the very first of Residences at Vantage Point's Big Idea competitions. So you have all been fabulous. You have all worked so hard. You deserve all of the kudos. Congratulations. We wish you tremendous success as you move forward with school, as you move toward graduation and going on to your next levels, or as you are moving to the next grade in high school. We hope you could continue your passions and continue to pursue these interests that you have shown to us. We're very impressed, and it makes us all exceptionally hopeful for our future generations and all of the things you're doing to help improve society on the whole. Thank you all for attending, and we hope to see you again at our next competition. This concludes today's presentation. Thank you all. Now please take some time, talk to the judges. They may want to speak with you some more and give some ideas about it. Thank you guys so much. Well done. Thank you. So that's the big thing.